Hmm. Okay. Yeah. Hey. Yeah, what the fuck? That was a jam. It actually sounds better than I thought. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Uh. Oh my god. These beats. God damn. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Oh my god. So good. Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my god. Stop jamming. Guten Tag. What's up, Saints? How you doing? Mm, mm. Mm. This song's giving me RPG game vibe. Goddamn. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There you go. Tired and want to play Sleeping Dogs for no reason. If you have played it, then probably something brings it back for you. Mike! Oh my god, it gets worse. Oh, fuck. You know what? I think it's time for me to actually start looking for a new mic to get soon. Probably next month. Probably next month. Thank you, by the way. Give me. Why Sleeping Dogs though? I know it's a good game, but it's pretty specific. I'm gonna be honest. Whoa. That came out of nowhere. You know what's a better question is? Where is Sleeping Dogs 2? Hmm? I feel like that game deserves a sequel, but I think the developer I guess we can say the developer sleeps on it. Huh? Huh? No? Get it? Sleeping Dogs? They sleep on the sequel, you know? Okay. Anyway. God damn it. Oh shit. Hmm. Bum, 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 bum. Hmm. Jesus Christ, you're writing an essay in the chat. True Crime had two games, then the studio got shut down. They got back together under United Front Gamers Games and made a third one anyway, just under a different name for a legal reason. Then they disbanded again. Oh, they disbanded. I didn't know that. Then again, maybe that's the reason why I haven't heard anything about them in the first place. I wonder why. But yeah, I know that it's a spiritual successor to True Crime. To be fair as well, True Crime was a pretty niche game in the first place, isn't it? If you really think about it. Sure, it is a pretty good game, but there's nothing really makes it stands out in a way. It's not like, you know, oh yeah, I remember my favorite game, True Crime. Like I never know anyone in my at least in my friend list that say that. You know what I mean? So, but if you ask me if True Crime was a good game, yes, it was. But I feel like the story was kind of lacking. Like it's not as memorable as many other action adventure game. Yo, what's up, Flooper? How you doing, man? Yeah, that's my take on True Crime series. It's a good game, but unfortunately, not quite as good as the competitor or the other game in a similar genre. Like, you can easily compare it to GTA in a way, but not really, but comparable, you know what I mean? Like, if you ask anyone else, they probably, if you know, they never played True Crime and then you show them the gameplay, they'd be like, what the fuck is this GTA clone or something like that, you know? All good on my end. How about you? I'm chilling, dude. I'm chilling. A bit tired. You know, the usual. Last day of the week, the last working day. So it's a little bit but we're chilling. We're chilling. I am the ass man. I see. The ass man. Mm, hmm. Sure, where am I going with this? Ah, hold up. I need inspiration. I guess True Crime and Saints Row share a reputation for being stuck in GTA's shadow. True. Saints Row also is kind of victim of that, but in term uh in term of Saints Row status, like they happen to like build their own community because of how wacky their game is in terms of like the story or gameplay wise, that they able to separate themselves from GTA. The True Crime, it's just essentially GTA, but you're a cop. If you want to put it bluntly, you know what I mean. True Crime is essentially GTA but cops. That's it. But of course, it's not. But what I'm trying to say is that, you know, a lot of people see it that way. That's the issue, unfortunately. That's why releasing a game is not as easy, especially if you're a AAA company. You got to be aware of your competitor as well. Like, what kind of game are they making and stuff like that. Are you, I guess, making a similar game? If you are, then make sure you're not releasing the game at the same time, not having a same, you know, trailer style. Like it's just really complicated at that point. Yeah, I got off not too long ago. Now time for weekend. Hell yeah, man. Enjoy, enjoy. Enjoy the weekend, bro. Mm. Saints Row went wacky with the third one because they couldn't escape criticism from GTA's fan base, so they decided to go all out, be the exact opposite. Yeah, I noticed that as well. The drastic changes in the third one compared to the first and the second. Because even though I haven't played it, I've seen some of the reviews for the first and second after I played the third one. I was like, Saints Row third was pretty fun. Maybe I should check out the first two. And how different it is like, what the hell? It's interesting. But yeah. If you want to make like a semi-realistic action adventure game, you're basically directly competing against competing against GTA, which is a giant in the genre that have built their legacy for decades now. Mm. Okay. Hmm. Ah, shit. Posts. Don't get the posts. God damn. Hmm. Okay. Was that another Saints Row stuff? Hold up. Give me a sec. Oh my god. I haven't got the post for this one. Just do the other one first. Postal. Why are you such a big fan of Postal, by the way, Saints? I'm actually kind of curious. You have history with the game? Never know anyone that actually really like Postal. I know some that, like it, and that's it. I've never seen anyone, or never met anyone, like actually waiting for their update and shit. I mean, it's a pretty hilarious game as well, to be fair. God, her hair is so fucking complex. Boop, 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 boop. They're the edge lords in a world where no one has the balls to be. Not wrong. We're not wrong on that one. When it comes to edge lord, they're probably the king in the gaming industry right now. God damn, her hair is so hard to deal with. God damn, this song's so good. So viewers, I run out of bits. I will perhaps get some later this month. Hey, you don't, you don't have to, first of all, but you can just, hang out. You don't have to. You can chillio, man. You can just chillio. Don't worry about it. But hey, what's up? How you doing? Lonely? I think I kinda nailed it. Okay. Find you. I tried to draw a Q buddy for my PFP, but it went bad. I burned it. What? You should never burn your drawings. For what? First of all, there's no use. And second of all, you always can go back to your old drawings and see your improvements. Is good to always go back to your old drawings. Improvement is like, for me, is like one of my best motivation machine. Whenever I feel down, like, ah, oh, fuck, my drawing's so shit, and then I just go look back and I was like, god damn, I was so bad. But now I'm better. Damn, I improved, you know? I burn it. I like arson now. Jesus Christ. Okay. There never burned his goblin porn collection. True. Wait, what? I do not see Jesus Christ. What? Improvement in porn taste. What? What the fuck are you guys? Why do I even read you guys out loud sometimes? What's up, Mary? How you doing? How you doing? What up, what up? Okay, I'm not liking this right now. I think I want to reconstruct her head. You know, like new Val agent Leon? Yes, sir. As you can see by her hair. Yeah, I'm probably gonna burn the rest of the stuff I met. For what? First, you're wasting paper. Oh, Jesus. Okay, that's a little bit too much. And second, why? You just don't, man. Not even about burning. Like you don't. I feel like you shouldn't trash your any of your drawings in any way, no matter what. Burning paper is really kind of like, for what? It's not giving you anything. Uh Not really liking this right now. Hmm. Jesus. I've had like paper for 5 years. I made them when I was 8. Warcraft 6 dropping Pagan Min DLC in 4 days. Hell yeah. I don't know about that, dude. I heard the DLC was bad, right? Alright, Mr. Control Z. What do you mean by that? Yes, having able to draw on your computer with graphic tablet is nice. Very convenient. But I've been drawing with paper and pencil for longer in my life than drawing with digital. Honestly, I kind of, despite drawing in digital, I don't. Every time I think about it, I hate it. Like, I wish I can just stick with pencil and paper because the convenience sometimes makes me feel like, you know, especially the Control Z spam. I feel like I'm dependent on it now, which just sucks. You know, kind of don't want to depend on it. So it'll make me feel like I'm playing the Bowser Castle in Mario. I can see that. I can definitely see that. The only good art I made was what I showed you. Well, keep doing it. You want to see my old drawings? Hold up, let me just do this real quick. And then I'll show you. God damn, this song is so grim. I like gaming now. I'm way better at it. Hey, whatever floats your boats, dude. If you prefer gaming, hey, me too. I feel like the ponytail's a little bit wrong here. Join the Apex and Valediction. Red, you ever think about getting any of the things you can draw turn into a VRC AV? Yes. You kidding me? Probably you weren't around when I talked about it, but Rhea, one of my OC, I've been learning Blender a little bit to recreate her in 3D. And Apex is for crazy kids. True. No, I'm kidding. But I'm not really focusing on that right now, unfortunately, because takes quite a lot of time to learn 3D modeling. Not gonna lie, and a lot of patience because it's a whole new media for me. Making things in 3D is nothing like making things in 2D. Way too much more complicated. There's a lot more thing that I need to learn from scratch. So I'm kind of like chilled with it, not really rushing it. Okay, this song's a little bit monka giga. Also been trying to learn Blender, but I don't have anything to model off of, so I'm just kind of not able to do anything. Model one of your favorite character from a movie or an anime or whatever. It's always a good start. It doesn't have to be an original character, you know? It can be anything. It can be anything you want. I'm not liking the face at all. Fuck. I'm gonna redraw it later. Lady Dimitrescu ass has more polygons than we have brain cells. Nice. Fun fact. I give you a lot of bits and I do not regret a sec. I have this cool thing beside my name. I mean, hey, it does looks cool. Thank you though. Appreciate it anyway. Wait, you asked me about FC6. Did you read it? Vast DLC had an amazing story and gave Vast the closure he deserved, but the actual game part, dog shit. Oh yeah. I mean, I saw some of the gameplay. It was like, eh. I was like, yeah, I'm good. It looks very mini game-esque. You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck? Yeah, but I need a character sheet. I don't know where to find those things. Google, brother. Google is your best friend. Almost anything you can find. As long as the original character, creator developed it. The character pretty well. Google. Who has 1 billion points? No one has 1 billion points in this channel. But I think the biggest one was Sudo with 25 and 960 bits. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Just to get an emote. And a lot of jump scares where I scream. Oh my god. Oh shit. Okay. Dude, I can't find anything for some reason. Give me a character that you want interested in. Let me try to find it. I'm getting burned out on Ubisoft games, so you'll see a lot more trader takes like that. I mean, that means you're just being honest, which is good. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, her chest plate's gonna be hard to draw. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, fuck, I fucked up. Dude, what is this fucking Grimm's fucking sounding songs in this playlist? Okay, I'm digging this one. Uh, just suck it up and find something. Haven't touched Blender in a good while. Yeah. You just gotta do it. I think I got a post. Hold up. Ah, then again, I'm drawing her in half body. Really have to worry about it. Oops. Oh my god. Okay. Only honest Ubisoft employee breaking the matrix. Oh shit. Beep boop boop bop bop. You know what I'm kind of curious about Ubisoft? What are they doing with uh Beyond Good and Evil? What happened to that game? We haven't heard anything about that for quite a while now. So I'm a little bit curious, not gonna lie. Hmm. Any tips on how to draw hands? Good one, man. Very funny. Very funny. You're asking the worst artists in this fucking platform about hands. Good one, dude. Good one. Dude, it's not. You're not a new viewer. Come on. You know how I deal with hands. I I ignore them most of the time because I'm so annoyed about it. But let me show you how I deal with it though sometimes. Give me a sec. I guess we're doing a classic superhero pose. Damn, she's looking fine, brother. Kind of want to draw a little bit of her waist. Let me extend the canvas. There we go. Hey, what's up, Oswald? How you doing? Development hell, they don't know where to take the story, how to make things work, how to monetize it. Nice. Well, no, I don't want you to stop what you're doing right now. Okay. Well, not really stop. I was about to just do a quick, like, here. If I'm usually drawing a hand, like, let's say this is the wrist, right? Hold up. So, fuck. Wrist, right? I usually like draw some kind of like a cutoff point here. And then you want to make like, so I kind of skip some steps here because you know how hands have like, if you visualize it, hands have like parts of it. The base one, the base part, and then 5 fingers, essentially, if you really think about it. And then this is the base one, right? And if I want to draw a thumb, you kind of make like a wing a little bit over here. And you kind of just like, whoop, 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 right? Boom. There, a thumb. And then what I do is I do this. Bam. You see what I'm doing here? It's like a frog hand thingy thing. And then from that, you kind of want to just like, and then space a little bit. This is the hardest part for me that I still trying to figure out. And then you just erase this shit, or if you draw a different layer, remove it, and voila, that's a hand. Now, if you want to make it folded, usually I do things like, let's say, like this. I want to make like a fist-ish, or a pointing, let's say. This is the index finger, right? Something like that. And then you kind of just go slowly closing in, kind of thing, like this. And then on the ring finger, you kind of do this. See what I'm trying to do here? Of course, this is not perfect. It's like a sketch, and I'm still really bad at doing this. But you see where I'm going, right? So you just want to simplify the shape. Like if you look at your hands right now, visualize your hands are Legos parts. Like Legos parts like this. And then there's each fingers have like 3 parts. Bada bing, bada boom. I think except the thumb. Yeah, except the thumb. And the thumb have 2 parts. Bing bang. That will make, if you visualize it like that, that will make it easier for you to like make a more natural looking hands or fingers kind of thing. I'm still bad at it. I'm still learning at it, but that's how I kind of see hands visually when I try to draw. So yeah, there you go. That actually does help. Thanks, man. No problem, dude. But again, you should also try to find other people's way of doing it because everyone have their own ways. So, yeah. And, you know, keep doing it. Keep practicing. Maybe you'll find your own best way to do it. I guess for me, my best way to do it is the frog hands method. You ask the next artist guy, he'll have another different method. And so on and so on. Now show us how to draw a nose. Good one. That's so helpful. You could ask him what the hell it's like, and he'd go, "Let me stop existing for a second." True. He's got back home from college. He's chilling out in house to stream. I'm chilling too. Got off work, a little bit tired, but at the same time, I'm kind of bored. I was actually about to not stream, but I was like, nah, let me at least stream for a little bit. And here we are. Trying to draw Neon. Valorant upcoming new character. Is so fucking gorgeous, by the way. If I not say how fucking gorgeous she is. Now show us how to draw a nose. Boom, done. Fuck you! God damn it. Uh-oh, little butt. I heard that the server, I heard from Nono that the server is kind of sketchy right now. So don't mind it. It's just gonna do its own thing. Are you enjoying your stream though? What do you mean? Am I enjoying my stream? I guess? It's not the question for you guys. Are you guys enjoying my stream? You know? I'm just doing my thing, man. You feel me? Where have I heard this music? This is not the first time I heard this. Give it up. Hey. No, I don't think this is Ice Age. This is still Boneworks. Yeah, it's still Boneworks. This is Boneworks soundtrack. Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah. That part. That part seems familiar. Oh, this is shorter. Hey. Doot, 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 doot. Probably available in somewhere else. There's not that. Ooh! Oh shit. Okay. Oh damn. Some absolute jammer. Not sure what to do with her right hand right now, or arm. Just let it be for now. It's kind of a jammer. Wow, wow. Okay. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, enough of that. A little bit too much. Bow, bega bow, bega bow, bega bow. All right, we got a post. How about a UV lamp to find cat piss and everything glows except that? Unfortunate, man. Unfortunate. It is what it is. Ah, why do I feel like she could be more? She could have more interesting posts right now. Like this is a little bit too static for a character like Neon. But I'm already all the way in. Fuck. I hate it when I find out things like this a little bit too late. Mm-hmm. Hey, stop spraying your cat. Oh my god. Dude, why do I feel so tired today? I hate it. It's like it's weekend, man. Why am I tired on the weekend? Fuck. Mm-mm. Mm. God, not in 3D. All I want for me. $80. Hmm. Fuck, the post is pretty well done for me to redo. God damn it! Fuck. Well, Sam, I woke up to US stream notif. Oh yeah. A US stream as well today. Okay. Let's retry the eyes or the face. You know what? Let's do this instead. I know this looks creepy, but bear with me. This is another method that I use if I am too confused on how to draw a face. What? Dude, their songs are so good. I'm addicted. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, okay, I can make that work. Brad, do you like Devil May Cry and dogs? What? And dogs? What does that mean? I do like Devil May Cry. I'm not sure what you mean by dogs. Like, what's the connection there? Nani? I present to you DMC with dogs. Bold? They make a game from based on Bolt movie. I actually like that movie. That movie is pretty nice. Okay. I installed the game and it's unironically not too bad. Unironically not too bad. Okay, that's double cancel or double deny. Double. You could just say unironically good. Good dude. But okay. I mean, I kind of believed you, even though it's not. Because here's the thing about Disney games: they're very RNG when it comes to quality. Like, I play a few other Disney based or inspired game. Not inspired, like it's actually official Disney game stuff. And honestly, some of them are actually pretty nice. Although most of them I did play them when I was a kid, so it was kind of sketchy, right? Can't really say much if it's up to date or not. But as far as I can remember, it's an complete RNG. Because I feel like they hire devs differently every time. Like they keep hiring different devs or some shit like that, making their game a little bit inconsistent in some way. Whoop. Dude, I really like this kind of genre. It's very electronic-ish. I love those patterns. Who that? This is Neon, the brand new Valorant character, or at least the upcoming one. At least my attempt to draw Neon. What's up, Bunsen? How you doing? Still a little bit right now, but we're getting there. Your mom. I played Epic Mickey 2 with my best friend and we stopped gaming for a week. Jesus Christ. Never played Epic Mickey. That's my first time hearing it. I'm not liking the face. Fuck. Man. The way I shape the face also is a little bit to be fair. Okay, hold up. Let me try something. Ooh. I guess it's just my way of drawing the eyes. It's a little bit sketchy. Mmm. I'm liking this. You claim to be the small king, but never draw chibis. I mean, technically, all my emotes are chibi. Right? Technically speaking? No? Yes? Am I right or am I right? Right? So you cannot really say that I never draw chibis because I draw chibi On all my emotes. That's right. Technically speaking. Ooh. Hello. I don't shine. Goddamn, she looking fierce as fuck. Okay, the eyebrow's a little bit too much here. .240p red is my favorite content. Wait, are we dropping? Oh no, it's just your phone. I forgot. I mean, hey. Cool, I guess. I'm glad. Ah, man. Oh my god. You read chat, you'd get it. What do you mean? 240p red is my favorite content. If you read chat, you'd get it. I am reading chat. What? Oh, you mean bitrate emote. That's not because of low resolution. That's because of low internet upload speed. That it's, believe it or not, that is still 1080p. That is not downgraded to 240, no. That is 1080p. It's just my upload speed is so bad while I'm playing Overwatch that it can barely upload any the exact amount of pixels. So that's actually a 1080p pixelated 1080p. Amazing. Amazing! Alright, we're stick with this. Yeah, believe it or not, that is actually 1080p. Like, I didn't downgrade it to 720 or 240p and then record it. No, that is straight up 1080p. I just make it into a GIF. That's why the emote called bitrate. It's that bad. Alright, I'm liking that face. Ooh, it's Atmos. What, the song? Oh my god. Yup. It's alright. Bum, 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 bum. Ooh. Oh my god. Nasty. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm kinda... Kinda out of idea. Hold up, let me think. How should we approach this? Let me actually draw the fucking arm. Oh my god. Oh no, hands. No! How do I draw this? Fuck. Oh fuck. Kinda fucked up here. Let me separate this layer real quick. Just use your hands. I could, but I'm too lazy right now. Like the thumb should be visible here a little bit. And then... something like that? I suppose. Oh god, it's gotta be a nightmare to draw. Okay, wait. It's actually fine. Oh damn, look at that. I mean, it's not the best, but... Fat fingers. I mean, fuck. I hate this. It doesn't even make sense. I'll just put it like that for now. I can't even be bothered. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, I have more coffee in my fridge right now. Cold brew. I can want more. Can I chat? Can I? Can I? Just one more, please. Ah, fuck. It's already 11 though. Ah, fuck it. Fuck it, dude. And I got myself a cup of coffee. At least, uh, yeah, not so much. Dude, you have to see the new leak cinematic, Bad Chess. The CGI is so good. I'll check it out. Later when we do React Andy. I always love some good leak cinematic. Also, what's up, Essex? How you doing, dude? Oh my god, I fucking love coffee so much. Oh, what's up, Lucas? How you doing? You know what? I'm kind of stuck with the drawing, with the line art right now. Let's color her a little bit. So it's not too stiff, not too stale. Neon, neon. A neon, neon. Now I gotta borrow her color palettes. Let me see. Bum 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 bum. Okay, we can use this one. Oh, I love this song so much. Doing fine. How about you? I'm doing pretty good, man. Thank you for asking. How about you guys? Lucas and Essex. You guys just got here. What's up? What's up? What's up? Check out our channel. Give me a sec. Actually, let me fill in all the colors, all the thingy thing first. Ooh. Okay. All right. Let me check. Sleep. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. The song's definitely too chill. There we go. Let's see. What you got from me, buddy? Oh shit. Wait, that's nice. What the fuck? Oh, you didn't draw this. This is still pretty. Yeah, that makes sense. Her outfit's very. It's very not. I like to say Trey. Oh my god. The sofa just like Welcome to Russia. Good one. Who drew this though? It's actually pretty nice. It's pretty funny. The fuck is this? Ooh. Three motherfuckers. Oh, Jammer. Hello. Okay. Mm. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, 3, 2, 1, motherfucker. Okay. Oops. Ha. 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 Alright. Now the outfit. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, I forgot. That's also bare hand. And cloth 10. Should probably use a real color then. Fuck. Oh my god. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Jammer alert. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. The color's definitely much more contrast. Shit. We'll just combine the armor color into one. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, bum, bum. We're at 26-minute history of Halo 3, 9 minutes of why graphics doesn't matter, and 8 minutes of why you should have shave with old razor. Those are some pretty interesting topics. I am not quite sure. Ask me again in... Ah, shit. We already reached 2 hours mark. In 20 minutes. We'll do React Andy by then. Okay. Alright. Interesting, sure. But, I mean, it does sound interesting. At least for me. Still not a big fan of the face. We'll stick with it for now. Oh no. The melody reminded me of another song, and now I cannot stop thinking about that other song until I can find it. Hold up. Oh, come on. Hold up. So I remember some song. Oh, it's Redbone. Hold up. That's weird. Give me a sec. Might as well give it a listen. Daylight. Oh. Oh, it's been a while. Ow. Ow. Bum, 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 bum. The mission when Mario pisses off the wall, I can EG past it even though I have... Oh god. Wait, I'm feeling like to go daylight. I've been doing it for 12 tries already. It hurts my feelings. Hey, take breaks, man. Don't forget to take some breaks. So long. So long. My if you want it, you can have it. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh. Oh my god. If you want it, you can have it. What? Oh my god. Oh, it's such a good song. Get you sipping. Ooh, stay woke. Bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow. Boom, 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 boom. Time to get high, boys. What's up, Rad? What's up, Zay? Hey, have fun, dude. Have fun. Stay safe, alright? You can have it. You can have it, baby. You can make it. Oh, if you want it, you can have it. Ooh. Oh my god. Boom, boom. Ooh, now stay woke. Close your eyes. Stay woke. Don't you sleeping? Ooh, now stay woke. Creeping. Now if you close your eyes. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. God damn, she's looking hot. This is the part. What? Damn. She's looking nice. Wish me luck. The first DLC annoyed me so hard. Controls Alan Wake's DLC. Been putting it on hold for too long. Good luck, dude. Good luck. I believe in you. Believe in me who believes in you. Always. Stay woke. Ah, that's it. Dude, that song is so fucking good. God damn. Pull up. I got another Gambino song that I really like. Hey, 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 yeah, ooh, you. Okay, okay, okay. What you say or what you do, I'ma rather have it be with you. I have massive testicles. Nice. Good, just a week ago. Every week and so. Hold up. No matter what you say or what you do. Yeah. Hold up. 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 Ooh. Till 2005. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. No matter what you say or what you do, we with you. 2005. Hold up. 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 Boom. Did you show us your hands? I'm feeling horny now. Say! What did I told you about randomly getting horny, huh? Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hmm. Okay. This one's a little bit more gold. Very light gold. Sorry, Jesus Christ. Oh my god, wrong layer again. Actually, boom. Okay. Okay, let's not focus on that one yet. Do, do, do. Baby, you're the baddest girl. Baby, you're the baddest girl. Checked for the scenes. Chicka-taka, chicka-taka, chicka-taka. I think the armor and the under layer should be a separate. Probably should. Oh, I know to be sober, believe that I'm so high. I know to be sober, couldn't believe, but now I'm so high. Oh, that's a good song. Chill cycle. Yeah, good. No one. What? What the fuck? Chill. Jesus. How did he know? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Now I'm so high, I'll never be sober. Couldn't believe, and now I'm so high, and now I'm so high, and now I'm so high. Ooh, baby. Woo! Yeah. Where's my easy We're not doing a thingy thing right now. I'll let you know. I'll let you know, man. Don't worry. I'll let you know when we're doing it. Alright, man? Alright? Oh, what's up, Magma? How you doing, dude? I'll never be sober. Couldn't believe. Now I'm so high. If I try hard enough, I'm able to shit my. Why are you typing this shit, Zay? What the fuck? Jesus. So high. Ooh, baby. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I'll never be sober. Couldn't believe. And now I'm so high. 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 Baby. Oh my god. Guess I have the power to do so. Okay. I'm not reading your. Okay, I'm not reading your chat. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay, we're shaping. We're shaping up. Whoa, wow. What the fuck? Bitch. Bum, bum, bum. You can feel it in the speed. Oh, the street. It feel like summer. I feel like summer. I feel like summer. Boom, 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 boom. On a day like this, it feel like summer. Talk about moving this shit really bad. Okay, TMI. I don't really have to say that. Alright, motherfucker. What the fuck? Summer days and silves will move around the sun. But you felt to keep me slow down. Slow down. Heavens made the saints of good and the sun. Slow down. Slow down. I know. Oh my god, can I reach it? I know you know it, babe. Ooh. But it just is the same. You can feel it in the streets. You feel like summer. I feel like summer. Everything keeps dying at check network speed. It literally doesn't want to load somehow at 90 megabit. I mean, I don't know what to say, man. Welcome to the family, I guess. Go down. No sound. No sound. I know. Stop doxing me, I'm sorry, but also Watson's already asleep. He should be at this hour. It's his sleep time. You can. Oh. Wow. Sleeping when senpai's drawing. What are you talking about? You can feel it in the streets. Hold up. The skin color bugging me out. Yeah, go. Oh. Go away. Go away. Hey, what's up, Farah? How you doing? Radical trapezoid. We just want to party. Party just for you. Money just for you. Party just for free. Girl, you got me dancing. Dancing, shake the frame. Woo! Ooh. Ooh. Hey. Ooh. This is America. Look at you slipping up. Ooh. Hey. This is America. Oh my god. I'm so cola, yeah. Ooh, touch your body. You don't tell somebody. Get your money. Oh, sorry. Jesus Christ. During a game of water. Gotcha. Blow. Got somebody. Okay. Let's draw this sleeve and then I think we'll call it for today. Ding dong ding dong dong ding dong dong. Yeah. Well, you ate that. I'm chilling. Khaled. Are you eating though? Are you eating though? Are you eating though? Ooh. I'm winning. I'm winning. Yeah, yeah, I'm winning. Don't be mad cause I'm doing me better than I'm doing you. Don't be mad cause I'm doing me better than you doing you. Better than you doing you. Oh my god. Red, you guys know Hannah Oh Whoa? No, I do not. May I request a song? Sure. Hmm. Did you say you suck at drawing armor? Yes, but this armor is not armor. The only metal part is this, and then this. The rest is just rubbers. Nah, I don't give a fuck about my family name. Hey. Cause I'm doing me better than you doing you. Don't be mad cause I'm doing me better than you doing you. Don't be mad cause I'm doing me better than you doing you. Better than you doing you. Give me a sec, yeah? Let me just... Alright, Shotgun Willie. Cheat codes. Cheat codes for hose. Nice song name. Oh, okay. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Oh, okay. Damn, there's some fast rhyme. He sounds like Brian. What is this song? Damn the flow though. I can feel this joint's killing my brains. Well, good for you, man. Good for you.
Who sounds like who? You. Who? You. Who?
That's right, that's right. Perfect. Oh, what? She got another metal tattoo? Oh, I need a character sheet for this. Not that clear. Let me just try my best then. Well, how do we go from that to Zelda song? Oh, it's a remix. Never mind. Of course. Looks like we got another Nintendo 64 rapper. Hey. What the fuck? Hey, hey. Okay, I'm liking this. It's funny. Mm-hmm. Wet. He got some flows though. I like it. Yeah, hey. Oh, I love this. Oh, fuck. Bitch, I'm a legend. I'm a legend like a Zelda. Oh my fucking god. That's great. How you doing, Raku? I'm going back to sleep. Listen. Oh shit. I'm just taking requests right now. If you guys got any songs that you wanna introduce it to me, please do. Hey. Oh. On my hip. Thank you for the suggestion, Farah. This is great. You're already making neon. Yes. Yes, ma'am. It's still sketchy, but I really want to color her, so I'm pretty happy so far. She looking mint as fuck. Yeah, that drawing was on the right. The cat girl with black shirt, cool as fuck. Yes, that is Seth. And yes, the reason I draw that because the avatar is so fucking cool, and I feel like I need to draw that. Oh my god, Rad, you look hot today. This is not me. This is Neon, and I know she is hot. But thank you anyway for the compliment. Mojo Lady, hear me. Go back in time. Oh! Hold up. Yeah, we need to listen to that. What do you mean go back in time? This song is not that old. Ooh. I'm built differently. Any nodders? I'm built differently. I'm built differently. Spaghetti. Ooh. Oh fuck. I'm built differently. 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 Ooh. You got the beep beep. I landed you her. Got the fuck on the scooter. I could shoot her with my beep beep. I'm a boomer. Wow. What the fuck's Mario? Tuna, how we looking all night? I've been looking so much cuter. Ooh. I'm built differently. I'm built differently. Built differently. I'm built differently. I don't even know anymore. Why? Why? Goodbye, everyone. I have to go now. I must have to go now. I have to go. I have to leave this song, yeah. Okay, goodbye now. Oh! Absolute jammer. I'm built differently. Oh my god. I fucking love Poke, dude. So good. Okay, that's it. You guys actually don't like that? Well, at least some of you guys don't. Some of you guys, yes. I actually found that pretty fucking addicting. Especially when I heard that for the first time. Actually, Poke made a new song recently, but he hasn't released it yet. Listen to this. Oh, yeah. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Bring it back, bring it back.
Run on the runway, give her a foot long like I work at Subway. You watching my life, You think to yourself that you'll have it one day. Please talk nice. I'ma go ahead now and take my AK. Fucking with me's a problem. If we got issues, we can unsolve. I dive in your bitch like a dolphin. When I die, put AC in my coffin. Why the fuck you ask why I'm coughing? Balls in her mouth like I am golf. I masturbate. It's hard, it will never solve. I have like 2 gay friends, one soda poppin', other one's Austin. I'm like awesome. I know a blonde bitch, he is a goblin. Sits in his chair like Stephen Hawking. Losing your hair because you molded. What the fuck happened to E-Rob's eye? I swear something is wrong with this guy. I look at his chat and I'm like, poor guy. Sometimes I wanna die. How the fuck would it feel to be cream pied? Why the fuck does cum go in the eye? That's probably what happened to E-Rob's eye. Only know how to add, fuck, multiply. You probably buy your computer from Best Buy. Reflect on my skin for the blue light. Dr. Disrespect fucking with Shanghai. Dr. Disrespect man from the purple site. Dr. Disrespect dancing in the moonlight.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Bring it back.
Run on the runway.
Oh my god.
For long like I work at Subway. You watching my life. You think to yourself that you'll have it one day. Please talk nice. I'ma go ahead now and take my AK. Fucking with me's a problem. If we got issues, we can unsolve.
Oh my god, the bars.
When I die, put AC in my coffin. Why the fuck you ask why I'm coughing? Balls in her mouth like I am golfing.
I with the means I might ignite. I am not someone you want to buy. If you fuck with me, I might end your life. It's not a joke, motherfucker, it's all life. Not alright, it's not okay. I do not care what people lie. With no law to shoot this guy. I might just use it at your parts.
I'm questioning your music
Oh
taste.
shit, probably goes on way too long.
Oh shit.
Ah, no,
Dude.
it's fine.
I listen to Poke for the sake of Poke. It's not like he's making serious music or anything. But some of them are actually really fucking good. Like I actually like it. Like what's a good okay, I'm gonna have fun. You guys actually hate that? What the fuck? I know that was supposed to be like a satirical song thingy, but I actually love it. It's really jammy. Wow, wow, wow. Okay. Was it this one? Oh, this is the sturdy one.
Frozen December. Christian Dior. My dick got stuck in the door. She fuck with me cause I'm valid. She don't fuck with you cause you flaccid. Why the fuck my puppies in the salad? I just came on the flow. Christian Dior. She might not off the flow. I don't think I can love her no more. She biting my dick, she giving me rape. I'm calling for help, somebody come save me. Wait. Christian Dior. The store. When it rains, it pours. She tried to suck me off, I'm like pause.
Christian Dior.
In her stomach like Robitussin. You be fucking with your cousin. I am the best, no discussion. My girl ass in my face.
Oh my god, I love Poke so much.
I give your brain a concussion.
I like the lyrics because it's funny.
Like I'm Russian. Sucking my dick to be cousin.
That's Poke's best traits. Hey.
Fucking nut on November, December, October. Jennifer, who the fuck? I don't give a fuck. I just nutted in November. My dick froze in December. Christian Dior. My dick got stuck in the door. She fuck with me cause I'm valid. She don't fuck with you cause you flaccid. Why the fuck my puppies in the salad? I just came on the flow. Christian Dior.
The Christian Dior is so out of. It doesn't make sense. Oh my god. Oh, that was so short. I love Poke so much. Okay, jokes aside though, let me show you guys his real musics. Not that the previous rap songs one was not the real music, but that was like the joke like funny stuff. This is like his real shit. Ah my god, that was so loud. This is made by the same guy. Ooh. So it's my favorite. Gotta go radical. Good night. Good night, Farah. Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you around. People, bye. This one's cute. Oops. I think that's how the neck part works. I'm not sure. Is that the hair? Oh. "20 minutes has passed a while ago." I know, I know. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's 1 hour now? It's already 1 hour? Since I said that? Oh my god. Well, you guys recommended me some really good stuff. I guess that's why. Damn, time goes by so fast. I think we're gonna take a break anyway. I think this is fine. Oh, it's getting too loud. I'm gonna add more detail on the... Oh, hold up, one more. I forgot. Color the sleeve and then the metal tattoos, and then we're good. Me a little bit more. Just so we're done with the base coloring. Okay. We gooch, we gooch. Okay. The silver gonna be quite interesting one to draw. I'll just do a base coloring for now. Christian Dior, Dior. Actually, I don't know. Actually, I have no plan. What are we gonna do after this? Oh my god. God damn. I actually did it. Look at her. Sheesh. Still very sketchy, obviously, but I'm actually proud of this one. Considering I'm actually not a big fan of drawing armor, body armors and stuff. It's actually not bad. There are some parts that looks weird, but I'll figure it out later. I think we're good with this one for now. 3 hours. Or maybe less than that. 2 hours for this. Alright, let's take a break. She'd be hot nonetheless. And alright. Ooh, I love this one. Listen, listen. Ooh. Okay. Yeah. Ooh. Okay, okay. Yeah. Very low key. I love it. I wish I was able to suck my nuts. Nice. Can I make a song request? Sure. One more. Why not? Let me hear it. What is that? Shit. Hold up. It's too bright. It's a bit purpley. Mm. Yeah, the neck part I fucked up here. This should be a little bit longer. A bit right here. Because this one shows here, but this one only shows this much. That bothers me so much. Fuck. God damn it. Just like this, I realized a little bit too late. God damn it. I'll change it later. I don't even want to bother. It's too much work right now. What games are you guys into? Many games? But my main genre is shooter. FPS shooter. You're right, I don't really like much League to be honest, but the videos are quite cool. You saw this? Yeah, SX also told me about it. We're actually gonna watch it later, in a bit. For React Andy session. Which we're gonna do meow. Is SX still in the chat? Where is he? Betches! No, it's not. Sorry.
Here's the one here. Okay, listen, hear me out.
Fletch TT, thank you for a follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. Give me a second. Hey, hearts. Hold up. Dun, 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 dun. I gotta add this. Here we go. Ooh. Alright. Videos time. Oh my god. My shoulder. Jesus. Okay. God, I feel like sometimes I need like a proper table for drawing. Every time I do like a 3 hours of drawing, my shoulder's always kind of hurting. Like it's because of my position when I'm drawing. Ah, fuck. It's not good, I think, for the long term. Okay. Oh, I forgot to save. Hold up. I hope you really have a good day, man. Hey, thank you. You too, man. I hope you have the best day. Thank you for following. Appreciate it. All right. Okay. What should we start with? Been chillin'. Now let me upload it to Twitter a little quick. Oh, I forgot something. Back. Oh shit, that's sick. Wait, what is? Ooh. And then save. Bada bing, bada boom. Bing bang. Bada bow. Ooh. D1. 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 Oh.
I put Dito on top of a Dito, then I put Dito on Dito on Dito, on Dito on Dito on Dito. Yeah, Dito on Dito. I saw Dito and Speedos. I thought it was weird. Dito and Speedos. Dito was eating Doritos. Cool Ranch. Dito Doritos. Dito also eating Fritos. Also good. Dito Burritos. Dito was vibing in Kokomo. Key Largo. Dito Montego. Dito was shooting some free throws at the YMCA.
Dito one. Dito. Dito one. Dito. 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 Alright. Sorry about that. Give me a second. Hey. Yeah. Dito. Dito one. Dito one. Dito. Dito one.
I put Dito on top of a Dito, then I put Dito on Dito on Dito on Dito on Dito on Dito.
All right.
Yeah, Dito on Dito. Dito on 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 Dito. I put Dito on top of a Dito, then I put Dito on Dito on Dito on Dito on Dito on Dito. Yeah, Dito on Dito.
All right. I think let's check out the League of Legends one first. Bada bing, bada boom. Just drop links until he clicks one. Don't worry, got it. On Dito, on Dito, on Dito. A Dito on D. A Dito on Dito. Dito on D. Yeah. The Call Season 2022 Cinematic. Oh, this is the tournament? Ooh. That's new. Okay. Let's see. A Dito on Dito on Dito. What was that? Oh shit, no, I'm not watching on two. Holy fuck. Chill. Oh, YouTube updated their icon. God damn, their rendering is so fucking good. Oh my god, that's slow. Damn. Is this guy supposed to be like a Spartan base? That's kind of cool. The breakdown before another drop. Pantheon is quite literally that, I see. No snow though. God damn, looks so good. Oh! Jesus. Damn, okay. It was pretty good. Not the best, in my opinion, but that was pretty fucking sick. Anyway. Okay, okay. Pretty good, pretty good. I like that, I like that. Not bad at all, not bad at all. What is it about shit games getting high budget video all the time? Because it sells. Why is it so hard to understand? It sells. I know majority of people here in the chat does not like League of Legends. Like, oh, it's such a toxic, shitty game. But League of Legends is the reason we have this high quality cinematics, and we can watch the amazing animated series called what is it called again? Arcane, which is fucking amazing. So, yeah. I don't like the game, but it's a matter of a preference. But I am grateful for Riot Games because they are branching out, not just League of Legends, and they're brave enough to, you know, go for something else other than playing safe. Activision. But yeah, props to Riot Games. They always make some good shit. I really like it. Honestly, as an art guy, I feel like working at Riot Games in the creative division or the creative side of art Riot Games is probably a dream come true. Like, oh my god, dude. If you can work at Riot Games in the art direction, god damn. I think you're set, dude. I think you're set with that. Total Warhammer, Hunt Showdown, Magic, there, thank god, also good games with great cinematics. Well, to be fair, Total War have like a high ass budget. Hunt Showdown, I mean it's Crytek, and we all know CryEngine, like how good CryEngine looks. I mean they made Crysis. Magic also like have a high budget because Magic and Total War share the same common thing in terms of like branching out because they both come from tabletop games, or at least something like that, like RPG vibe stuff. I play Hunt because it's from Crysis Guy. Hunt is a pretty fucking good game as well. Oh my god. Do 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 do. All right, what's next? What else? What else? What else am I missing? One second. Nani? Okay. Best shooter in my honest opinion. Ooh. I mean, Hunt's definitely a fun game, but it's not really my style. The guns, or the combat is a little bit slow. A little bit too slow for me. Rather than, it's not like by slow I mean like it's frustrating for me because the way the gun works and everything is a little bit you know. Have you seen Titanfall in 2022? 2022? The hell? 26-minute video. No, I'm not watching the Halo video. Give me a sec. Strategic. That's what I love. Yeah, same. Like, I feel like the combat is the combat pacing for Hunt Showdown is almost close to Tarkov pacing. The combat pacing, the speed. It's like not not fast, but fast enough for it to become like strategic-ish stuff where you, instead of just peek and headshot people, you gotta like do more than that kind of game. You know what I mean? I love Tarkov because the wide variety of guns, but in Hunt Showdown, I'm just not a big fan of the old school weaponry stuff. That's why I'm not really into it. It's just a matter of preferences. Alright, let's see, what is this?
Yo, what's up, Moki here. The Titanfall 1 and 2 multiplayers have been in a chokehold by hackers for the past year.
True.
If you managed to join servers, often your ping started rising to 20,000 before you got kicked from the game. But often it said no servers could be found in the first place, or you managed to connect to a game but it crashed to the main menu before it could even load. There were days and sometimes even weeks in between where at least Titanfall 2 was playable. And the problem was much worse for PC. On the consoles it was consistently playable until a couple of months ago. There was a gigantic drama around who's responsible, who could help, and then around the helpers being the ones potentially responsible. In between, Apex Legends was taken over with a message about Save Titanfall being displayed in the main menu, with even that being a false flag attack, or maybe not. It's convoluted as hell. Respawn had made attempts to remedy the situation, but overall their communication about this whole thing has been lackluster, and at large the community felt abandoned by them. I will link to a playlist in the description if you truly want the entire timeline and all the details. It's 6 videos with the combined length of a feature film. I just can't be bothered right now to research all the details again. In summary, Titanfall 1 and 2 were and are still fucked. Before all this even began affecting Titanfall 2, a hero called Bob the Bob started building his own Titanfall 2 client called Northstar. This would let people host their own servers,
we want
create
sex.
their own game modes, and modify them beyond anything possible with the original private matches. But most importantly, because people are hosting their own servers, they are decentralized and harder to take down in a coordinated attack. Some other issues and vulnerabilities have also been fixed, and Bob is working on fixing the DDoS issue that hackers were exploiting in the original game. Also, if you password protect a server, which is a feature, it's basically impossible to get taken down since they won't find out its IP address. This has enabled us on our Moki Sniper Discord server to finally host private Titanfall 2 matches again, which weren't reliably possible for the past couple of months. Speaking of, Bob mentioned that our private matches were one of the inspirations to start working on the Northstar client. We had created over 50 different modes, at least with the tools available in the official game. And recognizing some influences of them in the final Northstar client fills me with utter joy. There is a link to the Northstar Discord in the description. On there is basically all the info you need, but I will also directly link to the download and an installation guide.
That's nice.
Of course, Northstar is only available on PC and is only a project for Titanfall 2. But it looks like there's a separate project to also revive the Titanfall 1 multiplayer. What you watched in the background so far
Why do
is
people
a
still
new
play the
mode
first
called
game?
Fastball,
Is it
based on a
different enough
campaign
from
mission.
the second one?
BT
that
yeets you
people
into
still
the
play
map
the
at
first
the
one?
start of each round. You then have one life and will spectate your team after dying. However, teammates can capture panels to respawn everyone who's dead on their team. You win a round by eliminating the enemy team, or having more teammates or panels
this is
at
a
the end of a
cool
round.
mode.
Next up is Gun Game, which should be self-explanatory.
Yeah. Kill one, you switch. Kill one, you switch. It's pretty cool. Basically, the community revived the game because the developer decided not to. Which happens to many other games that got abandoned by the developer after they moved on to another project. Commonly happen to MMORPG, where like, for example, in my region, Ragnarok, the old ones, got abandoned by the developer, but a lot of people still love to play it, so there's a lot of modded servers going on. Or the more common one, the old expansion of Warcrafts, or World of Warcraft. So that's cool. That's cool. But yeah, it's kind of sucks that it happens to Titanfall, because it doesn't make sense. Because Titanfall 2 is like, you know, it's not dead. It's kind of less colorful, at least for me, which makes it more serious, I guess. Oh, the color palettes? Is it? To be fair, I haven't played the game for a while. I wonder who told you Titanfall is important and shouldn't have been killed by Apex? What do you mean? Titanfall fanbase is abandoned because Apex makes the big bucks. I don't know what's your fanatism against hating Apex, because hating Apex is basically hating Titanfall. You just cannot. Here's the thing, Saints. The more you hate on Apex, the more you downgrade from this, because in reality it's the only thing that's gonna save Respawn from getting disbanded by EA. I'm just gonna be honest here, alright? I'm pretty sure you all know the notorious EA and their you know, EA developer disbanded developers shut down. Company EA has killed. There we go. It's so, there's so many of them, you can make a list out of it. And right now, Respawn is in EA's hand. And I can tell you, if they didn't make Apex, they were on the verge of, you know, getting fucked by EA, like this guys. And no one wants that. Let's be real. It's not because Titanfall 2 was bad. No, it's not. But because of the unfortunate lack of marketing and unfortunate release date and everything else, it didn't make enough money, and EA as a publisher and the stakeholders doesn't really care your reasons. If it doesn't make enough money, shut it down, because it's, if they keep it going, they're losing money. You cannot just say, we cannot just talk about this issue without bringing the money topic, because this is AAA company. This is not indie. Respawn is not an indie company. They're giant. You know? If we're talking about indie developers, whatever, you know? Indie developers can do whatever they want. But we're talking about AAA. So we have to talk about money, unfortunately. You see for yourself how successful Titanfall is to this day. They would be pumping 3, 4, 5 by now if Apex didn't give them a lazy pass. That's how you see it, but in my opinion, if Apex was not a thing, I think Titanfall 2 or 3 would be the last one. I'm gonna be honest with you. With how Titanfall 2 was back then, this is before Apex release, yeah? It already didn't have enough, or not enough. Like, there's a lot of players that play Titanfall 2, but not up to what EA expected, in a way. It's not up to their standard. Like, you know what I mean? Like Battlefield. They were expecting, like, Battlefield stuff. Like, you can clearly see, when they make Titanfall 1, their main objective is to compete directly with Call of Duty. you can clearly see, because Battlefield is more of a large-scale combat. Meanwhile, Titanfall 1 was more smaller scale, with a lot of more fancier movesets. And that directly competes against Call of Duty Infinite Warfare at that time. That's their attempt. And seeing how Titanfall 2 was performing compared to Call of Duty or Battlefield, it's just not up to the standard of EA. And if you see, the other companies fucking, Respawn was bound to be fucking backstabbed, So the reason I feel like we don't know. Obviously, we don't know this like what the company is planning behind the scene, but in my opinion, Apex was made in an attempt to basically last chance for Respawn to keep their companies alive before EA just fuck them up. That's how I see it. Like, if Apex was a failure, that's it. I feel like that was it. Because that's how most of these companies got killed. They didn't make... Their latest game was not as successful as their earliest game. So, as much as a lot of people hates Battle Royale, Apex saved Respawn in a sense. And it gives them a chance in the future to continue Titanfall 3 in a way. Of course, this is all just an assumption based on how I see it. I might be completely 100% wrong, but as just a gamer, we cannot really know anything because most of them are company secrets, right? They should expect balls in their mouth. Lol, dude. But yeah, that's how I think about this whole Titanfall Apex thing. So whenever I see people talking shit about Apex because they blame Apex for the lack of Titanfall sequels, it doesn't make sense. Because if anything, you should, even if you don't like Apex or you don't like Battle Royale, just don't talk shit about it. You're just gonna make it worse. If you really want Titanfall 3, I don't know, dude, just hope for it, I guess. Or support Respawn in other ways. Play Titanfall 2. Play their other games, like that Star Wars game that Respawn developed. I don't know. We cannot really control it. People just like to blame Apex because it's a Battle Royale iteration by Respawn and that game killed Titanfall. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense whatsoever. If anything, the way I say it, Respawn saved Respawn. Apex saved Respawn. It's very like GTA Online story. If Shark Card didn't take off, Rockstar would still be making 35 games per generation instead of getting banned. I feel like if Shark Cards didn't exist, instead of making more games, they would be stop making games. I'm gonna be honest. Sure, you would think that, for lack of income, they would be peer pressure to make more games, but you can only peer pressure ideas for so long. People burned out, dude. GTA 5 is like... Rockstar does not only make GTA, they also make other game stuff. And I'm pretty sure it's probably getting tiring as well. I don't know what's their problem. But there's gotta be a big reason why GTA 6 is not a thing. Same thing as Titanfall 3. But hey, as a gamer, as a customer, we can only assume. But all in all, I feel like shitting on Apex is the most counterproductive thing to make Titanfall 3 happens, because even if you don't like Apex or Battle Royale in general, at least not boycotting Respawn games in general would be helpful, because the fact that the you know, Respawn is still a thing, there's still a chance for Titanfall 3 before they put fucking Respawn logo here. Or best case scenario, Respawn goes indie, but I don't see that happening, honestly. They probably need the EA's money to make more games. Unless you want to see Titanfall 3 becomes Destiny 2. Yikes. No thanks. Yikes. But yeah. Alright, I'll stop ranting. Alright, what's next? What is this? Magic the Gathering? Kamigawa. Oh, a CGI trailer. What the fuck? This is so loud, by the way. God damn. That's beautiful. That is... I did not expect this kind of vibe from Magic the Gathering. Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. Is this like a DLC or something? Or expansion? What the fuck? Preview January 27. Tabletop release. What, is this supposed to be like its own game, or it's like an expansion? I don't get it. MTG Arena and MTGO launch. Huh. They haven't shown anything other than that trailer. Interesting. Okay. Oh my fucking god. Dude, my scroll wheel is dying. No, every 6 months, was it 6? There's a new set coming, and the oldest still active one will rotate away. Oh. Oh, okay, it's those kind of thing. One of the next one will be LOL? League of Legends? What? I'm confused. League of Legends in Magic the Gathering, or like what is going? What? Huh? I'm confused. Anyway, the trailer looks fucking sick though. But yeah. Interesting. Alright, what's this? Yeah, because of the Arcane success, they thought this could give us money. Oh, good one. D&D set of League of Legends. Huh. Never see that coming. Good graphics are ruining your favorite games. Ooh, okay. It's gonna be an interesting topic.
I'm live in 3, 2. Boy, is it windy out there.
Oh, this guy.
Bazinga.
Jesus.
But I tell you, it was all worth it for that brand new video game I just picked up. So why don't we pop it in?
PS2 Slim. Oh. Prince of Persia. Oh, fuck, man. I get it, you're doing it for the content, but Jesus Christ, that's painful.
Graphics of video game. Now that's a nice graphic. Wow, I have no words for that. Let's try some more. Wow.
Okay, dude.
Huh. I don't remember that graphic. Probably nothing happened. Now that's what I call some pretty pixels. Oh man. Wish I could fucking play it. In the vast sea of critically acclaimed 9 out of 10 video games that feel a bit more like 3 to 10 chores, there's one thing that they all share in common, and those are like the crazy beautiful AAA graphics that companies will pour $1 brazillion into before dropping like $20 on the actual gameplay or story. I'm talking the 4K textures, the bloom. Can we get more bloom?
Oh yeah, Wind Waker HD.
There we go. I'm talking the god rays, the chromatic abrasions, whatever the fuck DLSS is, and everything else on the list. And take it from me, I'm a huge sucker for that like depth of field, lens flare. Like I love all that stuff, man. I mean, it is crazy to think that only 10 years ago we had games that looked like that to games that now look like this. We have photorealistic.
Oh, what the fuck?
Actors doing motion capture that are leaving us with the. But as much as it pains me to say this, these graphics.
Okay, this guy kind of a little bit of a edgy, a little too edgy for my taste. A lot of loud volume, a lot of haha. I do borderline TOS joke, haha, funny. Not a big fan, but sure. We'll keep going.
At a major expense to game design, and some of them are actually leaving us with less memorable and enjoyable experiences. It's literally getting to the point where the only reason we.
No, I get it. It's fine, but it's not funny for me.
Buy these games are the graphics, and that's assuming the game even works in the first place. God, I can't even watch like an E3 trailer nowadays without hearing that kitchen nightmare sound effect, because we know it's gonna be fake marketing bullshit.
Anthem. True.
And I'm realizing I haven't said anything of substance yet, so let's dive into the video. So for us to understand how graphics are posing a major threat to gaming, we have to go all the way back on the Lara Croft
Tomb Raider
timeline. See, back in the day, graphics played a major component into the sales of a video game.
No shit.
The reason being, the changes from the SNES and the N64, even from the PS2 to the PS3, the games on those consoles had to be expressions of those consoles' power.
Dear Mario, do not come to the castle. I baked an absolute dog shit cake. Just completely fucked it up. I'm so sorry. Peach!
It used to be critical for gamers to look at an E3 trailer and only think to themselves, whoa, that comes. It was that emotion that sold a ton of sequels and new IPs. But that's not really the case as much anymore. Like, absolutely, the differences from the PS4 and the PS5 are there, or the Xbox One to the
Xbox,
the new one,
Series X,
Xbox 2 or something. People aren't gonna drop like $60 on Twinkle Dink McFuckface's Adventure, you know, just because it has nice graphics. And as much as I despise them, Nintendo figured this shit out years ago. They proved to the market that people don't need to buy like Nvidia's 6090 G-Suck gay tracing cards just to enjoy a game. All you need is some solid gameplay and a little bit of pizzazz. And before you know it, you've got that Nintendo magic again. And it's such a shame to see AAA studios like not figure this one out. Or maybe they have and they just can't do shit about it. You see, when developers aren't too preoccupied with kicking back in their Bill Cosby suite doing don't say gamers don't know how to party. They're busy putting a galactic amount of resources into their graphics just to stay on par with their previous releases. This leaves zero room in the new ideas department for the game design. So much so that literally they had to make World War II 2. This time it's personal. So before these companies even focus on the actual gameplay or story on the games, they're spending an unbelievable amount of time and energy on just making their graphics look realistic. I had more fun in Splitgate than I did in Cold War just because the gameplay was more fun. Sure, the graphics looked more realistic, but it didn't really add to the game. If anything, it detracted. I couldn't see half the enemies I was trying to shoot in the darker areas of the game because the black point was so high and there was a little contrast and there was just so much going on. It actually made it hard to see. I sound like a fucking old person right now.
Okay, let's get you
I'm It's true. So while AAA studios are focused playing catch-up on their previous releases, it's now up to indie developers to make walking simulators about depression. I mean, walking simulators about depression. I mean, walking simulators about depression. I mean... Just kidding, I absolutely love indie games, but as much as I dick ride Outer Wilds, it's so rare to see a studio like this actually come out with a 40-hour, fully fledged game based on their own unique concepts. And they still tend to fucking still make just walking simulators about depression! Okay, everything I've said to this point could be labeled as no duh.
I still need to play Night in the
I have
Woods.
to talk about before I get to this.
Keep forgetting that.
Our mental perception of the graphics that we see today. See, one of the first things we have to understand is that there's a massive difference between graphical fidelity and graphic aesthetic. Things that are harder to render aren't necessarily more pleasing to look at. You don't have to go far to see examples of this. I mean, look at any animation adaptation, any work that was taken from the animated world into the real world, and there's just always something missing. The charm from the original is never in the live actions. The reason that more stylized graphics can get away with this is that it doesn't take as much for them to look real to us. While they may not be realistic, they can often feel more real because we're not trying to draw comparisons into how they would actually look in our visual realm.
Disgusting.
That's real?
If you
Ew,
were
what
to take
the
these more
fuck?
stylized characters out of their natural world, they'd end up just looking like your average California citizen. No one wants that. And the reason I bring up stylized graphics is that it helps us understand a key component of how our brains interpret visuals. See, our eyeballs take in about 10 to 11 million bits of information every second. Yet our brain can only process about 50 of those bits, and I'll have the study in the description. The more visual detail there is in an image, the harder it is for the brain to interpret and ingest what it is seeing. There's a hard limit on what I can perceive on a screen versus what I can actually remember being there. When you have a more detailed game world, it's
I got
hard
like
for us
fucking
to quickly
28
take
or
stock of
something.
everything that we're looking at, and we kind of revert to more basic internalizing functions, which are just try to grasp what's going on screen and make sense of it. And this is where stylized graphics play an important role. See, there's a reason why all the games from the N64, the PS2, GameCube, etc. felt far more memorable is because we were presented with far less complexity. You had objects that had way less polygons. You had way brighter, more vibrant colors, greater contrast, and less objects in your environment. If you're in a room and there's only 2 pots and a fucking torch, you're gonna remember that. You're probably gonna need to use it too. And we can actually go a step further. Our brains break down almost everything we see into tools and obstacles. When you walk into a classroom,
Hey,
you don't
tool
remember
reference.
the exact pattern on the carpet, or how many ceiling tiles there are, or how many lights are in the ceiling. You probably remember where you sat, what doors led in and out, the railings, stairs. These are things that we interact with and have to know in order to navigate the classroom, even down to the people in it. Because 24/7, we're presented with a ton of stimulus, and we have to filter out the things that aren't vital for moving forward. Yet with more modern games, it's easy to brush off all the things you're saying because they're just there to make it seem more believable. I know I'm bringing Zelda up a lot as an example, but look at just NPCs. You go into a town square,
Zelda.
every person in that square is someone that has something to say to you. Something that is going to either help you with a clue or help you with a side story, main mission, whatever. But in modern games, everyone just feels useless. Everyone's there just as a visual representation of what a busy crowd looks like, as opposed to a living, breathing world that feels almost less realistic as a result.
Crowd density in the graphic settings, the most extra thing that developer have done in the past couple of years. I swear to God. Why? I get it. More crowds equals more immersion, but I don't know. Putting it in the graphic settings feels a little bit extra. I don't know.
Result. The last comparison I'll make on this subject is Dishonored. One of my favorite games has a very similar art style to Arcane. It has this painted world, CGI, yet
Steampunk.
not really visual style to it that looks realistic yet grungy and stylistic in its own way. Yet it felt more real than a lot of games Bethesda made after the fact, because the whole world, its setting, its visuals, its characters all lent itself to the way I was seeing and perceiving the game. Stylized, more basic graphics are just as important to video gaming as the crazy bombastic AAA things that we see. And if you think I'm losing my shit on this video, wait until you see my gaming patches one, because oh my god, I've been waiting years to get that off my chest. Thank you guys so much for watching. I will catch you all in the next one.
Wait. Already end?
I pulled 2 alt-landers to get this out before.
Jesus Christ. I mean... Okay, I mean, the title is definitely clickbaity. Good graphics are ruining your favorite games. I mean... Sure. To some aspect, I can see that. But, you know... Halo Infinite got a lot of whiners for not looking next gen enough, still everyone's favorite game all year. I mean, you cannot really blame them. Because When people when the Microsoft Xbox announced the sequel to the most legendary console game out there, one of the most legendary game out there, period, after so long, you're expecting flawless from every factor of the game, including the graphics. It's not that not next gen graphics is bad, but a lot of people expecting it already good in the first place because it's Microsoft, you know? They have all the budgets in the world. They should have a good graphics. It's just expectation of a lot of people. So, you know, it's not that the graphics is bad, but if this is not called Halo in the first place, or it's not developed by 343 or published by Microsoft, no one wouldn't care about this. Literally no one. Everyone would be like, oh, gameplay looks fun, graphics looks okay, pretty good, give it a try. But because it has the name Halo in it, it has the fucking Microsoft 343 that have literally decades of experience in making games and the most highest budget in the industry. You're expecting this. This is what everyone expected. The top notch of everything. You know what I mean? So it's not the issue of why the graphics are bad, but it's more of a why Microsoft cannot do better than this. That was the case back then, at least from what I see. And well, I was in the groups of I didn't really care about the graphics. I just want to play some Halo. But at the same time, I would understand a lot of people probably not gonna buy the game if it still looks like this. Just because. You know what I mean? But yeah. It ended up become good anyway. But I'm glad that they delayed the game. After all. Because they needed to delay that game. Unlike Battlefield 2042, where they should have delayed, but they didn't, and they fucked it up. What are they doing now? How are they doing now? Let me see. Oh, putting their game on Steam is a bad idea. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. 33% with 84,000 reviews. This is what Halo Infinite could have been if they didn't delay the release date for that extra polishing. Because from the beta, like, this is not even the trailer. Like in Halo Infinite case, we were shown a literally 10 minutes gameplay trailer, and everyone just like, whoa, what the fuck, the graphics not as good. In Battlefield 2042, they give us beta access 1 month before the release date, which is a bad idea. They could have do like 2 months or 3 months before. And everyone, literally, almost everyone, literally keep telling them, yo, this game is not ready for release. Can you fix this before maybe releasing it? If you have to delay it, might as well. And they didn't give a shit. So this happened. This happened, unfortunately. But yeah. There you go, EA. That's your money. Hope you're happy. But I'm pretty sure they're also pressured by the stakeholders as well. That's why being working in a AAA company kind of sucks if you're passionate about the game instead of trying to make money. If Twitch viewers were NPCs. Biggest sim in Mordor.
My
lady, I have searched every corner of Mordor for you. Ever since I first heard the stories of an elf that burned with the brightness of a sun, I never imagined you would be so enchanting.
Oh.
I hereby renounce the dominion of the Dark Lord, the Bright Lord, whatever that cursed eye atop Barad-dûr is. I pledge myself here and now to you.
Oh, that's kind of cute, actually. That's actually kind of cute. What the hell? I guess that is an on purpose joke for simping in the game, but it's actually being nice.
And now to you.
That's actually funny. The fuck? Good shit, devs. It's actually nice. Do you think I've been thinking about it actually. Do you think I would like it if I try Shadow of Mordor? I don't know if it's my kind of game. That's why I never give it a try. Or Shadow of War. I think it has a similar gameplay, right? But I never really give it a try because I don't know if I'm gonna like it. I have the game though. I just never played it. I guess yes, probably. I don't know a single person that doesn't like it. Second has more stuff. Should I play the first one before I play the second one? Because the first one is pretty old. And which is better? Actually, let's give it a Shadow of Mordor. I don't remember why I didn't give this game a try. I bought it, but I never gave it a try. Yes, it's Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I know. And I'm a huge fan of the movie series. But I never really like you know, okay, maybe huge fan's an overstatement. I'm a fan of the adventure of Frodo and Sam, but not necessarily a huge fan of the universe of Lord of the Rings. So that's why I'm not really interested into it. I have both installed, but I still haven't played. What? 91%. Shadow of War. Middle Earth, not Lord of the Ring. Middle Earth universe. 87. Okay. How big is the game? Let me see. Bum, 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 ba-da-da-dum. Shadow of Mordor. 42 gigabytes. Okay. Okay, maybe not anytime soon, but you know what? I'll put it on my must play category, so it always visible for me whenever I look at Steam. Fair enough. Fair enough. Better than new Assassin's Creed. Okay, I mean that's uncomparable. But yeah, I think the Middle Earth games have like some kind of a parkour mechanic. Although not in depth, but good enough that a lot of people are aware about it, I think. Another game forever ignored. I mean, you'll never know. You'll never know, man. You'll never know. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-da-da. 100 years later, Red, where's my must list? Must play list. I mean, if it's boring for me, then I'll probably just gonna drop it, like any other single player games that I played. The thing about single player games for me is that it's not enough for it just to be good, but it have to be, you know, always engaging for me. At least recently. I don't know why. I guess because of how full-time job has been consuming most of my time on the weekly basis, that every time I have free time, I don't want to put my focus on just one story game thingy thing. Does that make sense? Because I'm more of a I think the efficient, like, I'm trying to min-maxing playing as much as variety of games kind of thing. I guess that's how I see it. Why I kind of keep dropping a lot of games out there. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Let me see. Tried it at my friend's place, and trust me, they don't get boring easily. Combat is always a clutch on hard set. I mean, I can see it. I saw some of the gameplay as well. It's basically similar to like Arkham Batman games, right? Like one dedicated button for, well, maybe two, I don't know. Like dedicated button to attack, dedicated button to dodge, and dedicated button to parry. Right? It's like Arkham series, right? In a way. Hello, Sudo. How you doing, man? What's up, buddy? At least that's how I see it from other streamers' gameplay. I might be wrong. Did my bot just announce stream note? What the fuck is wrong with StreamCourt today? I had to announce on Discord manually because I noticed StreamCourt didn't respond. It just announced my stream 10 minutes ago. What the fuck is wrong with this bot? Doing good, hunting your mom all day. Nice. But yeah, I think just my tastes kind of change over time. Like nowadays, I try to play less single player games and play more multiplayer or competitive games where I can grind my rank or something like that. Because I feel like I don't have as much time as I used to as a student for playing games. I feel like the long-term rewards, games that have long-term rewards, is more rewarding for me compared to like games like single player games, especially if they're way too long, like 20 hours, 30 hours type. I feel like I don't feel as rewarded. You know what I mean? I don't know if this could be interesting. The best web swinging ever. I think I've already seen this, but from another YouTuber. It's not as interesting, but basically the old PlayStation 2 Spider-Man 2 game apparently have a pretty good web swinging gameplay that's comparable to the PS4 ones. Yup. Tell Watson to stop doxing for saying your mom. That was a joke. Is a joke. Okay. Should we keep going? I'm kind of thinking of playing some games, but I'm not sure what to play right now. Okay, like right now, I'm feeling like Valorant or Apex instead of playing some single player games. You know, I don't know if you guys can relate. Like, I don't know, man. It's so weird. Apex and FPS, let's go. Yeah, that's the only thing, the only reason why I stopped playing Apex so far. It's just not playable for me anymore for some reason. I don't know if my PC just... Because I used to be able to play that game smoothly, but recently I think my GPU is dying. I'm not sure if that's possible. Maybe I need to reapply thermal paste for everything, and I don't know. I do clean up every day, but it's been a while since the last time I reapplied thermal paste, actually. But then again, it's already fucking 6 years old PC. Goddamn. I feel like old Charlie video. I'm not really feeling like Charlie vid right now. I love his video, but I want a video where I can talk over it, kind of thing. Same stuttering, yeah. I don't know if it's just my PC or is the game actually more and more heavy on the performance because of the updates and everything. I'm not sure. It's kind of weird, man. It's kind of weird. Why safety razors are best? Why are you recommending me this video? Huh? What are you trying to tell here?
Gazette. In today's video, we discuss why you should switch to a double-edged safety razor.
What the fuck's
Technology has changed our lives radically.
That music's way too loud than his fucking mic's volume.
Century,
Jesus.
Mostly for the better. However, in terms of shaving, that's not the case. Today's dominant shaving method, the cartridge razor, is not at the top because it's the best method, but simply because it makes the most money for the manufacturer.
That's true.
With aggressive marketing, brands like Gillette or the Dollar Shave Club have taught men that the cartridge razor with more blades is the way to...
Basically, modern blades or shaving blades are made to be disposable, so people keep buying it over and over every month or so, instead of having a high quality razor for a long time. It's a marketing bullshit thingy.
To go. In reality, the best shavers for men
are gonna need it for a self-address
old and sometimes predate sliced bread. So what I'm talking about? The straight razor, the single blade razor, and of course the double-edged safety razor. So why should you switch from a cartridge system to a DE razor? First of all, it's cost. Over the course of a year or even 10 years, you spend probably 10 times as much in a cartridge system than you would on a double-edged system. Now the big difference with the cartridge systems and a DE razor is that you get the handle for the cartridge razors for free, but you'll pay anywhere from $1 to $4 for each cartridge. And if you're like me, they just last once or twice, especially if you have thick hair, and otherwise it's painful to shave. On the other hand, with a double-edged razor, you have to invest $50 or maybe even $100 up front to get all the tools you need, but then you'll only pay pennies for each blade thereafter. The second reason you switch to the DE razor is that you get a much closer shave. If you want a buttery smooth, baby butt-like shave, you need a sharp blade. On top of that, a sharp blade really helps to avoid
this guy or
and skin conditions that you get when
passionate
blades
about
are too dull. How can you tell a blade is too
razors?
dull? Well, if it pulls at any point in time when you shave, that means the blade isn't sharp enough. Now, every man has different hair. Some is coarse and thick.
Hey, that's my
others are
beard.
soft. And with a DE razor, you can pick exactly the right blade for your hair and your skin type. On top of that, you can change the handles and the heads, and that angle makes it more or less aggressive, and you can find the right combination that works just for your face. On the other hand, with a cartridge system like Dollar Shave Club, Gillette Mach 3 or Fusion, it's just one size fits it all, but it truly doesn't fit anyone. The third reason people choose double-edged safety razors is because they get less irritation. Yes, you have to invest
irritation is a real thing.
high-fat shave creams, but with a cartridge razor, they don't really work.
Your
because they
dad
clog
has a
up
safety
a multitude
razor?
of blades.
Damn.
Now with a DE razor, you have full control of your blades, and they're so inexpensive that you can afford to discard them after each use, even though I don't think you even have to do that. Now let's assume you throw your blade away after each shave, you still produce a whole lot less waste than you would with a cartridge system. So switching to a DE system means no clogged up landfills and a handle that you can use for a lifetime. So obviously these are big pros for a DE system. What are the cons? Well, as I mentioned, you have a larger upfront investment, and on top of that, you have to learn the right technique. Otherwise, you're more likely to get a nick or a cut. Of course, it also takes longer than, let's say, an electric shave, but the result is also a lot better, and fortunately, you can easily learn the technique. It's really not a big secret. That being said, Rome wasn't built in a day, and you're not going to get your perfect shave the first time you use a DE razor. Frankly,
okay, I have an interesting video. I'm not really, yeah. I don't really shave on a daily basis kind of guy. I have like a long ass beard right now, so yeah. I'm the last person you wanna market a DE razor at the moment, because I'm just not gonna use it. Interesting video though, nonetheless. Pretty good. Alright, let me see. What should we do now? What should we do? Can I grow a full beard and my friends call me cat boy? What? Doesn't make sense because cat are like furry. They have a lot of fur. So cat boy should mean you have a lot of beard or hair. Okay. Maybe it's just a local thing. I'm not sure what to do. But he a pussy. Okay. Pussy. Bam bam. Bam bam. Maybe we can try some new games? Hold up, let me check. Is my neighbor's home? If not, we can play some horror ones. Let me check. People Meow. That's my favorite emote. Okay. Neighbor's not home, so I'm good. Let me just get another coffee. Fuck. What's wrong with the old games? Red doesn't like any games that takes brain cells to play. You do more than run and shoot, it ain't working. Well, it kind of depends on the mood, but any games right now that have where I have to invest more than 10 hours of gameplay, I'm not really interested right now. Unless like it's really good upfront. Not like, oh yeah, it gets better after like 5 hours. Like, no. Not like upfront good. So, as I promised, a couple while ago, you know, I don't know if I should reveal this today. Well, a couple days ago, I did say tomorrow we're gonna play some horror game stuff, right? Well, and I said I have like 3 games for Spoopy Saturday. Well, one of them is not necessarily a horror game, but it's a more of a horror theme or something like that. Yeah. I downloaded Hellblades. So we're finally gonna play it tomorrow. So this is one of them. And then the other 2, I think I'm gonna keep it a secret because it's really good. And you guys probably haven't heard it yet. Why don't you play Splitgate, by the way? Got bored. It's a really good game, but the progression system is just level and you get skins. There are no ranking system, and yeah. It's not, yeah. It's aight. It's the same reason why I stopped playing Halo Infinite as well. The progression system is not for me. Like, at least play good PvP. The reason I play Valorant and CS:GO is that the ranking system is right for me. It's the is the you know, is the perfect one for me. If you win, you gain rank. If you lose rank. And each game lasts about 30 to 40 minutes. Like, yeah. Strategy and shit like that instead of like run and gun around and like Call of Duty or Splitgate. Like, I have fun in Halo Infinite and Splitgate, but only for so long. Because, yeah. You know. Eh. We could continue Boneworks. We could do that. We could do that. Do 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 do. Let me think. God, why is it so hard for me to pick a fucking game? Let's play. Fuck. Let's play Shit, I really don't know. Okay, let me ask my friend if he's down for some. Jesus Christ. I gotta get Valorant at least. CSGO changed PC gaming forever, but it's outdated as fuck, so you kind of need a more refined copy. You're not wrong. The reason Valorant is so successful is that CSGO is outdated. But it's still a different game. It's like you're trying to tell me why a lot of people still want to play the old expansion of Warcraft instead of like the latest update. Even though the old one's just so clunky and obviously technically rough compared to the newer one, some people just prefer the older one for whatever reason. I don't play CSGO anymore on a daily basis. Last time I played was like a couple of days ago with Jigs, and the only reason was that I kind of miss it. And yes, it's different. It just feels different from Valorant. Meanwhile, I still play Valorant almost daily with my colleagues, work colleagues, because competitive gamers, like I said. Oh, never mind. Okay. Let's try this game. Because why not? I mean, Destiny 2's core gameplay is near identical to 1, but it doesn't feel right. I cannot enjoy D2 at all, but 1 still be. Something like that. Something like that. Not quite the same, but yeah, something like that. Sorry. Again, it all comes down to preferences. If everyone loved Valorant, no one's gonna play CSGO. So the fact that some people like Valorant and some people like CSGO, that means, you know, everything works properly. The way they're supposed to be. Perfectly balanced. Like Thanos said. Alright. Today we're gonna play this new game. Not really new, but it's new for me. My friend recommended me a while ago, and since it was on sale, I was like, you know what? Why not? Let's give it a try. It's still loading. Give it a second. Guardian of the Galaxy when it's at least $20. I don't know. I don't see my money's worth if I buy the game on full price. For best experience at the moment when playing multiplayer, you are strongly advised to play on whitelisted server and Steam co-op. While the multiplayer is vastly improved, we're continuing to polish and fix. Okay. Hold up. Borderless window. Apply. Okay. Why does it look scuffed? Give me a sec. What the fuck? My cursor's disappeared. Show my mouse cursors. Okay, that doesn't change. My cursor's disappeared on me. What the fuck? Hold up. Let me restart. That was weird. I got someone who hates shooters to play it and they loved it. What? Who hates shooter to play it and they love it. What does that mean? Also, hold up. My water's empty. Let me refill it real quick. Oh, this is sucks balls, dude. The cursor disappeared for me when I click on the game. Oh, what the fuck is this? Because of OBS? I have to play this game windowed? Fuck. Alright, I guess. It means they don't normally enjoy games like GOTG. Oh. I'm not saying that I don't like Guardian of the Galaxy, but it's just expensive for, you know, a game that I'm not really fully invested in. Okay. Signal from microphone. Okay. There's a VoIP. Ooh. Let me pick blue. Alright. Let's do a tutorial quick. These are the end times. Oh my god. Ah! Sorry. There was no hope for survival. This is how you died. Monka Jiga. You see your cursor now? Yeah, because I'm playing windowed mode. You guys just don't see it because I use a game capture for OBS. But there's a gap at the bottom of the screen. But at least it's playable. Welcome to Project Zomboid. Soon you'll die horribly, no one will mourn you, and you will be swiftly forgotten. Everything you have been for nothing, so let's make sure you go out fighting. What the fuck? First thing first, you can zoom in with mouse wheel. Okay, bird eye view of the lonely place where you're about to die. Now zoom back in. You're great at this. Let's have a character information. Here you see your health status, scratches, bites, bleeding, broken limbs, all is set for your convenience. It's also here that you can bandage and treat wounds, okay? You know another good panel? Yes, the skill panels. Click on the skill tab. Awesome, it really will be such a shame to lose you. This panel shows your points in various different survival skills. In-game activity, build up skills points that level you up in each discipline. Learning speeds can be increased by reading books and watching certain TV shows. Ultimately, your brain will become cold, dead sludge, but in the meantime, why not learn carpentry? Okay. Time to take off those training wheels, lady. Close the character panel by click the cross. We'll move to the next, okay. Just looking at stuff. Woo. Hold down the right mouse button and move the... Okay. Lotus! You can only see in the direction you're facing. Oh, fuck. Okay. Swift and unexpected death can come from behind, whether from the undead host or a fellow man. Let's go to blood pumping before it congeals and rots. Okay. Was it keys? See, told you it was safe. Now let's strafe holding right mouse button. Oh, that's interesting. Can you do something real quick? The setting, game option, controller. Make sure there's no controller selected. Yeah, none. I mean, the mouse is selected. Yeah, there are no mouse or something like that. I'm assuming. I mean, it's not a big deal though, as well. Oh, you guys can see the gap. Fuck. It's not noticeable. This will help you stray further into the room by holding. Oh fuck! Dead person alert. You're going to have to do some looting if you want to survive an attack. Head back to the mark counter in the kitchen. Learn to steal. Starvation can be delayed by looting food from the homes of the recently deceased. Move your mouse, loot, and expand it. A dead mouse. Time to pick it up. Double click. Okay. Set those moodles to the right. Looks like someone's getting a rumbly tummy. Time to eat. Right click on a dead mouse in your inventory. Eat all. Yum! Red jam. I love some dead mouse. That's better. Apart from the nausea, that learns about what each moodle means. Move your cursor over them. Queasy. Take things easy. Could do with a bite to eat. Okay. Oh hey, better fill up your bottle before the water supply is cut off. Right clicking the world will bring up interaction option. Interesting. You automatically drink from the water that's carried in your main inventory. Let's see what's the other cupboards is. You can look nearby container by walking close to it. Oh, okay. Okay. Equip primary. Oh my, it's getting hot in here. Let's pop up the window to some fresh air. Your lungs are still inflated. Walk to the flashing window behind you. Monga giga. A zombie in a hat. Let's get out there. Press E will interact the object in front of you. Let's go climb out the window. Hold E. She hasn't seen us. Holding the right mouse button will ready your weapon. Hold the right mouse button, strafe, close to the fetid hat woman. Click left. Okay. Oh shit! Take that, mom! You could just have pressed space to shock her. Right now... Jesus Christ, that's so loud. Okay, what's the thingy thing for that? Ambion? What? Oh, I didn't press apply demo. Why is it still loud? Okay, the volume's kind of buggy. You can also have press space to shuffle, but right now to get over the isometric cursor is vital to this. Isometric cursor? What? Oh. Cursor show mouse position in relation to the floor. Okay, line yourself up, right mouse button, and use the circle button to target the head. Oh! Okay. Your mother's skulls was really thick. Let's borrow the hunting knife. Okay. You heard that? There's more. Wait, hold up. Vegetative shambler in the vegetable garden, but he's got enough brain function to see you. If you sneak, you'll make less noise. See. Wow, it's like you're invisible. I mean, we're maxed out your skill here, but that is impressive. Sneak close to wall, fence, blah blah blah. Okay, sneak around to the corner of the low gate in the fence. So silent and so deadly like a doom ninja. Stay crouch and open the gate with E or click it. This is some special forces stuff right here. Strafe close behind him with the knife. Your arm will raise to show you're in a place for a stealth attack. Strafe by attack with left click. Come here, motherfucker. You did it! No more daddy issues. What the fuck? That's my dad? Jesus Christ. Make sure you're sending over the corpse and right click the large backpack and the loot panel. What the fuck, this game? Okay. The tutorial is a little bit odd. You wanted this large backpack for years and now it's yours. Let's see what's inside. Find a flashing large backpack icon. A shoddy. Oh shit. Run. Okay. Oh shit! Dad was a prepper, but he didn't prepare for what you did. He? Huh? What? Let's take this gear. Climb through a window. Oh no, your hands are bleeding. The broken glass in the window shrouded them who saw that coming. Open the help panel. Wow. You can have scratch hand from climbing windows. Right click on the red text. Bandage. Interesting. Check outside in case there's more moldering flesh automatons. Curtains stop you seeing out, but they'll also stop the horde seeing in. Open the curtains, probably safe. Oh my god! 2 of them. 3 if you count your sister on the floor there. No! Jenny! But I get some improved protection from the nails and teeth. Tinker clothing and headwear protection by scratches. Put on what you think best for the final encounter. Okay. Thicker clothing. Bite defense. Oh my god. Okay. There's like bite defense stats in the clothings. That's crazy. So how thick can you wear this stuff? Okay, I think we're good. Let's fuck things up. Remember, they can sneak and make less noise. Okay. If you have high enough skills, you aren't exhausted. The tall fence can be climbed. You have those skills. Okay. So athletic, time to make some noise. Ready to shotgun, aim at the rotting dead men. Here they come. Green outline shows a good chance of connecting with the target. Oh shit! Collateral. They're all dead. So sad. Never mind. Soon you'll all be back together. Every zombie in the forest heard the shotgun and they're coming for you. Oh my god. They're getting closer. You know how to run? Okay. Why here of all places, you fuck? Last advice, if you ever get zombie bite or fear one is imminent, press Q and you'll swallow the antidote. Only kidding, all hope is gone, there's no antidote, have fun. Panic. What the fuck, that's oh my god! Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god. Go! Jump! Fuck! Ah! I'm not gonna die today. Fuck you, game. How many am? Oh my fucking god. Okay, accuracy is shit. Oh my god. How do I reload? I'm out of ammo. Oh my god. Oh, there's probably something in there. Fuck. No, you'll never catch me alive, motherfucker. Oh my god, there's so many of them. No! Oh fuck, they're inside as well. Shit! The FOV is pretty low though. Kind of like forcibly low. Is it locked? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god, it is. Alright, I'll just die. Fuck you all! Jesus Christ. You died! For further hub in the game menu, press F1 to open the survival guide. Return to the main menu, blah blah blah. Alright, let's give it a go. Interesting how in-depth the details in this game is. Alright, let's try solo first. Playstyle Apocalypse, stealth focus, short lifespan, combat best avoided. For full combat, longer lifespan, a challenging playstyle based on PZ's previous survival mode. Builder, construction, blah, blah, more relaxed, nah. Okay, I think Apocalypse challenges. A real CDDA, you get out of the shower and fall badly, you're blind, drunk, and have a nasty cold. Oh, this is like scenarios. Interesting. I guess let's try the Apocalypse one first. Muldrow KY. Sure. Oh my god. There's occupation and traits? Fire officer. Axe, fitness, printing, and strength. Aiming, nimble, reloading. What the fuck is nimble? Park ranger, construction, security guard, carpenter, burglar, chef, fisherman, farmer, repairman. Ooh. I mean... what should we do? What should we be? I'm not sure. First aid, short blade, veteran. Desensitized. Oh god. Lumberjack, fitness constructor. Burger flipper. Electrician can operate generators. Engineer, metal worker, mechanic. I think the closest thing to me would be burger flipper. Let's fucking go. Wait, so how much traits can I add here? Better vision at night. Add traits. Point to spend 0. Wait, was that it? Oh my god, I can only add 1? Transfer inventory item fast. Tracks. Less time to read books. Not affected by harsh weather condition. Need less sleep. That's me. Fishing, long blunt. Less prone to become panic. First aid. Farming. Mechless nose when moving. Inconspicuous. Holy shit, there's so many things. It's kind of like an RPG shit. I guess we can go with I'm gonna go with a fast learner, I guess. Oh wait, I cannot. It's too much. What? Okay. I mean, cat eyes. Why not? Boom. Next. For name. Sure name. Able. Shirley Able. Able. Shirley Able. Wait, I get that. Oh, that's a male? Amos Rhodes. I'm gonna name myself Very Good. There we go. I do have a chest hair. Haircut, hair type. Danny. That's a Donnie. Okay. Fabian. Oh my god. I'm gonna go with Donnie. Beer type. Bro. Mustache, goatee, chops, chin straps, scruffy. Oh, wait. There we go. Tank top. Hands, jeans, spiffo, t-shirt, long sleeve t-shirt, strip shirt. Why don't you just go with t-shirt, like light blue or something like that. All right, play. Bro, did I just become Rat's GPU? It's freezing outside. I'm sweating like hell at open window. I think you're getting sick. I'm not sure. Because that's not, you know, that's not how it works. Probably a bit sick. This is how you died. Sabania. definitely not how I normally function. Well, yeah. Crouch, sprint, auto climb. Stomp the head when zombie has been drowned. Aim for the head, hitting for a low, blah blah blah. Oh yeah, okay. Very good. Burger flipper, hell yeah. Okay. Duck and cover. Okay, I still remember those stuff. I definitely want to get as fucked by Rad. Okay, you need to chill when you're high, Zay. Yeah. Jesus Christ. You need to chill out, brother. Alright, let's take all this food stuff. Water bottle. Ooh, that's a lot of food in the pantry. How much can I bring until... Oh, okay, this is the weight limit. 4.39. Bread, fresh, maple syrup. Alright, let's take all the canned food. Spoon? Empty red mug. Okay, that's useful for cooking. How do I minimize this? Eggplant. Okay. Okay, so it minimizes itself. Okay. What else? What else? I want to be dominant red. I want to dominate red. We're not the same. Jesus Christ. You guys having a fucking problem. Sleeping tables. Tablets tables. The bug. Okay. I don't think we have anything anymore. But we don't have any weapon right now. That's not good. Shit. Oh, fuck! Dude, that scared the fuck out of me. Fuck my ass. Dude. Okay, we need a fucking pan or some shit. Empty kettle. Often mid. Dude, where the fuck is the pan? I have a kitchen, I don't have a fucking pan? Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Oh, dude, we're gonna die. Chat, what do we do? Do we just get the fuck out from the back door? Fuck it. Let's do that. Alright. Where the fuck do we go now? Shit. Hold up. Audio's a little bit too low. Music's too loud. This too low. Apply. Okay. Where do we go now? Oh my god. Unpleasantly hot. Consider taking off clothing? Thirst increase? The fuck? Alright. Well. The game told me to take off my clothes. Well. Oh! Dude. Is it worth it? Fuck it. Please, come on, come on. No, dude. Oh, wait. Oh, fuck my ass, dude. Stop! Ah! Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck you! No! No! Shit! Engine! Ah! Fuck! Fuel's empty. Oh my god, dude, where do we go? I don't know how to play this game. Oh, let's just keep going until we find something. Oh my god, there's so many of them. We should have sneak around. God damn it. I'm just sprinting like a fucking dumbass. Oh, fitta helvete! Oh my god, dude, my fucking heart, bro. Can we not do that? I swear to god. Alright, this one's safe. Fuck. It's locked. Okay. Comic book. Bada bing, bada boom. Oh my god, dude. Dude, I need griddle pan cooking. Oh my fucking god. Equip is primary. Bitch. Stay back! Are you? Okay, how is he not dead? Okay. Minor pain, fairly heavy load, carrying a little too much. Minor bleeding. Oh, fuck. Bandage. Okay. Better be on the next frost. Oh my god. I swear to god, dude. Okay, we're bringing a little bit too much stuff. Okay. I shouldn't use my pan too much though. I'm gonna need it for food. Fuck, bro. Okay, at least we're still alive. Okay. Maybe we can find a key to the car and we can use it. Farming for beginners. Read. No way it takes time to read things. Oh my god. Wait, how long? Oh my... No shot, dude. What? Wait a minute. There's time skip. No way. I literally have to spend a shit ton amount of time to read the book. That's crazy. Alright, we need to eat. Wait, how do I eat canned food? Oh no. me eat this first. Yo, stop reading the book! Bro! Eat! Oh no, they're coming. Ah, fitta helvete. Okay, we need to close this door. Shit. Oh fuck, more coming. Dude. Okay. Let's go to this door, this house instead. And this time, let's not make any noise. Where's that? Container. Okay. I think this is safe. I don't see anyone. I think we can chill here for tonight. Alright. We got a new place to stay. Good shit, chat. Okay, I think... Wait. Oh. I think we can cook some food. Now the question is, how do we cook some food? What did I do to that pan? It's gone. Oh, there it is. Turn on. What? No way. You can, oh my god. Okay, you can do this as well. Okay. Timer 60 seconds. Turn on. Fucking... Okay, I'm assuming it's cooking. I'm not sure what's going on. Wait, do you... I don't think you oven a fucking chicken. Just like that. Create a stir fry. Wait, did it just cook? Oh, okay. I see what's going on here. Processed cheese? Hell yeah. Wait, where's my chicken? Oh. Okay, what? Oh, it's cooking! It's doing a thing! Okay, we're actually cooking something. Good stuff. Dirty bandage, remove. Right hand scratched. Slightly dead. Oh, fuck, are you kidding me? Yeah. Fresh cooked. Eat. How hungry am I right now? Shit, fuck it. Eat all. The body outline is 100% stolen from Deus Ex. The original? I think maybe that's not because it's stolen. Maybe because it's a free asset, a popular free asset. Because I don't think it's allowed to just straight up stole. Maybe Deus Ex and this game both use this free thingy thing. Free asset. I'm assuming. No way there's more coming. Bruh. Oh, fuck me. Eat, 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 eat. Oh my god, there's two of them. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Fuck, man. Oh, fuck you. Shit. We gotta go somewhere else. I am hungry and overloaded. Let me drop a fucking... First of all, let me equip the griddle pan. And then... let me eat this radish. There we go. Gnawing hunger entirely absent. Hell yeah. Rainbow Six Extraction release? Ubisoft is streaming it? I don't think that's the case. I'm not sure. I might be wrong. Maybe they just releasing it for promoting it, but I don't think it's released, you know what I mean? Wait, that's like the lightest shit. Descending. How? Why the fuck do I have place? How do I just pick up one, grip one? Okay. Frying pan is the heaviest shit. I need that though. Okay, maybe I can eat this. Ooh, canned chili. That sounds good right now. Alright. Let's run a bit. Oh, fuck off. I don't know where to go, dude. They're everywhere. Alright. Oh, fit the helvete! I didn't play to play a fucking horror game today, dude. Come here, you fucker. No fucking way. Oh my god, there's more. I got bitten again. Oh fuck. Two? Oh my god, I got bitten. Okay, this is not good. Shit. I think I'm dying. Bro. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's a dead end. Oh shit. What do I do? Just keep running. Just keep running. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, they're everywhere, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. I cannot catch a break. Oh my god. Something doesn't feel right? No way. Did I broke a bone as well? Bitten, bleeding, infected. Jesus. Okay, this game is fucking hardcore. Can I rip my cloth or something like that? Dry self. Oh my fucking god, dude. Spoon, empty tin can. Sleeping tablets. Okay, no. Wait, what if I eat the sleeping tablets right now? Am I gonna fall asleep? That would be funny. If I suddenly just stumble. Because I felt tired and sleepy. I wonder if I can just use a... Oh shit. Moderate exertion. Bro, how am I supposed to do this, man? Oh my god, this game is fucking insane. Okay, I am in the worst place possible right now. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, let's chill, let's chill. I'm actually gonna die out of exhaustion. Damn, this game is not easy. Wait, what is that? Ah, shit. Thought it's some meat or something. Ridiculously tired, so desperately, so inhumanly tired. Okay, let's say I want to go to sleep here. Can I do that? Sleep on ground. Yes. Uh-oh. I mean, when zombified, sudden desire to eat people. Oh my god. Are you kidding me, bro? Okay, this kind of game, this game gonna take a lot of time to invest. I'm down. This is kind of fun though. I actually kind of like it. Holy shit! Look, I turned into a fucking zombie. Very good. No. Rip. Will be remembered or forgotten. Because he only survived for 3 hours. What a dumbass. Okay, I'm gonna look more into this game. Because I feel like we could definitely do it more properly rather than kind of scuff like that. That is actually a really fun one. I like that one. What the fuck? Why have I never checked that game out? That was actually pretty sick. Alright, chat. It is 2:30 a.m. in the morning, and I'm kind of fucking tired, for a reason. I was actually already tired when I started streaming, now it's, yeah, I know. It's almost 3 a.m. I wish I could stream more, but, yeah. I should probably take it easy for a little bit, so we can still stream tomorrow. So I'm gonna chill out here for today. I'm kinda fucking tired. But yeah, I'm gonna chill out. Tomorrow, what time would I go back tomorrow? I'm thinking about a little bit earlier rather than the usual schedule. I'm not sure though. We'll see, I guess. I'm the best Pokemon. Yes, you are, man. Yes, you are. Wait, are you ending? Yeah. Unfortunately, I am. I thought I could go for a little bit longer, but my body's rejecting. Just want to lay down. I guess I was already tired from the start. So, I guess I'm just gonna chill out. We'll be back again tomorrow, though. So, do not worry about that. Alright? Tomorrow, we're probably gonna do some more horror stuff. Because that game was kind of horror-ish already. So, tomorrow, like I already promised a couple days ago, I have prepared a couple of horror games that I wanted to try. So, I guess there will be a little bit, either 2 streams or 1 long ass stream. Because I'm gonna start with some art stuff, as usual, and then we'll do some gameplay. So, I guess we'll see. I'll let you guys know over on Discord on what time I'm gonna start and whatnot. Alright. Sorry, Lonely, that you come around when I'm about to end the stream. But hopefully, maybe better timing tomorrow or some other next, next time, whatever you come around. Alright. Thank you for stopping by anyway. Appreciate it, man. But, we're gonna chill out here, chat. Thank you guys all for watching. I would say this is actually a pretty long one. Not a short stream, for sure. 5 hours. That's long enough. I'll be back tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern Time or 8 p.m. GMT +7. We're gonna do some horror stuff. If not, well, I will. Never mind. There's no if not. But yeah, for time and stuff like that, like details, I'm probably gonna let you guys know over on Twitter and Discord. So keep an eye out on that. But other than that, I think that's all for today. So don't forget to follow the channel if you're new here. Follow me on social, Twitter and Instagram at raddtrap, RADDTRAP. I recently uploaded some new stuff over on Twitter, so if you're interested, check it out. Panel down below, or you can just search raddtrap on Twitter. And don't forget to join the Discord in the panel down below if you want to hang out with the peeps off stream. If that's more of your thing as well, hang out with the other gamers, I guess. The fuck. And yeah, I think that is that. That is all. Yeah. With that being said, thank you guys all for watching, and thank you everyone who hang out in the chat till the end of the stream. Whether you're appearing in the chat here and there, or you're lurking in the chat with the stream open in the background while doing something else. I appreciate you. Thank you for spending your time with me, as always. What else? Thank you for all the follows and the rates for today. Thank you, Fletch, Lily She, for the follow, and then thank you. Wait, Lonely? Oh wait, that's from the other day. Never mind. Thank you, appreciate it anyway for the bitsies, because you you kind of spend a lot of bits. A little bit confusing, but hey, thank you anyway. Appreciate it, and thank you everyone else for chilling out in the chat as usual. I'll see you guys tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern time or 8 p.m. GMT plus 7 if I'm on time. If not, check out the Discord and Twitter. All right. With that being said, thank you guys all for watching. I'll see you guys in the next one. Take care. Stay healthy. Drink a lot of water. Exercise. Eat a lot of veggies. And take care of yourself, because I want to see you guys on the next stream. Okay? Take care. Much love. And I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye.